absolute legends in the chat, everybody. There we go. 25.6 by the BMW. Baby, baby, baby. So prototyping the GT4 then. 8 seconds off. And everyone else just kind of chilling and going for it. Now, the track is on fast right now, so it will kind of rubber up as we go along. There is a 2 out of 5 chance of rain, like what, 20%?
Hey guys, how you doing? Nice to see you all. Thanks for coming through. I'm not sure about the stream today. I could be a bit choppy. I had Spotify open, kind of messing about with the bitrate. So I kind of set it up, hopefully correctly, so that there's no issues. Thank you everybody for showing up, you guys over on YouTube. Make sure that you hit that like and subscribe button so you don't miss any more content from myself. And you guys over on Twitch, you know what to do. Right then, okay, let's get out on track. Well, not gonna get out on track really. It's only just about a minute left of qualifying, so oof. Let's just go disqualify myself. Right then. Okay, stream looks like it's running smooth. Good. Even though Streamlabs wants to tell me there's something wrong. But yeah, looks all good. Let's enlarge that a bit. Enlarge this one. Cool. Alright guys, well thank you very much for coming through. I hope you all have had a great Tuesday. Hope you had a great Monday, a great start to the week. And let's hope you have a great rest of your week. It's hump day tomorrow. So just need to relax. Okay, first race is about to get underway. I will be streaming tomorrow, but I won't be racing. What we're aiming to do in the TJC gaming community is do paired drivers. We're practicing paired driver championship, but first we need to see if we can get that functionality of pairing Xbox ACC drivers with PS5 ACC drivers. So as long as we can get that done, bring that together on SimGrid. Somebody's already found a way to do that in Discord. So TJ is going to get that set up, but first what we're going to do for a trial one on Wednesday will be it will just be practice sessions to see if it works. We may be in the GT3 cars, we may be in the Porsche Cup car. We will be racing here at Laguna Seca this Sunday for the Porsche Super Cup Championship. So yeah, that's what we got planned for tomorrow. And Thursday's a usual stream, just like today will be usual stream racing, and then Sunday for the Porsche Super Cup Championship. So yeah, right then, looks like we're about to get underway. There we go. All right, let's just sit here and let the put the tires in the warmers. I don't even know if this setup's going to be any good. We've not been here for quite some time. Let me see. The setup was from December 4th, 2024. Wow. So that's how long it's been since we've raced at this track. On ACC, on Gran Turismo, I've raced the track recently, but that's completely different when it comes to the physics. But yeah, this is what it is. All right, I need to.
30 seconds. Seconds.
Okay.
Going double file.
Still not working. Shit. Quick, 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 quick. Hippie! Hello, hello. Alright, we're about to get underway. A lot of people wanted to stay all the way back. That's okay. Take our chances. Good luck, everyone.
Green line. Go, go, go. Car on the right. Clear on the right. Car on the right. Clear on the right. Car on the right. Clear on the right. Car on the right. Clear on the right.
Ooh, TJ. No. TJ's living dangerously. Oh yeah. Push it to the limit. Limit.
Yellow flag, be careful.
Ooh, a bit wide. Alright. Looks like it's all settled down now. Ooh, too wide.
Yellow flag, watch out.
Home reflects behind me.
Car on the right. Clear on the right. Car on the right. Clear on the right.
First race, no practice.
Yellow flag in sector 3.
Setup's not the optimal setup, but we're doing it.
Yellow flag,
Those
yellow
damn
flag.
sausages. Pork sausages. I'm just trying to figure out the limits of the car and the track at the moment.
Well done, mate. Just all the best. Gaining on the car ahead is up to 3. Yellow flag, be careful there. There's a slow car up ahead. Yellow flag in sector 3. There's a slow car up ahead.
Whoa!
There's a lightning in the right.
I was off the throttle, but when it came back on tarmac, it just took it to the right. Okay. Fastest times 125.990. Start the next lap, see if we can get 124. Should be able to catch Super Bowl before then. Just trying to gauge it so that I can get around the corners, trying to judge when to put the throttle on, but I just didn't put enough turning angle. First race, I don't know if the track is at optimal. Yeah, track's at optimal. So we've got to fine tune the setup. Don't recommend you taking corners like that, lads. Rear left caught the dirt.
Yellow flag, be careful. Slow car ahead. There's a car leaving the pit lane, watch out.
What is going on outside of my house?
Losing time to the car in front in sector 3. Right, man, neither is on the final lap. Give it all you can.
No chance of breaking late there. Gets too slippery. Track temperature's pretty warm. Tyres really aren't up to temperature where I want them.
Leader has finished the race.
TJ won it.
Alright, race is over.
Nice.
Good job, mate. You did your best. Bring it back to the pits.
Nice. TJ won it. Yeah, the replay was quite fun. The start. Yeah, TJ saying he had no grip either. Alrighty. Yeah, very hard. Change camera. It's like I can't spell today. All right. Let's get it on. Let's get it on. Let's get it on. Here we go. Corkscrew. Yeah. Ooh. Yeah, I've got a little bit of that as well. The rear end is just a bit unstable powering out of corners. And not much front end grip. Aston Martin off there. I ran a bit wide. And with each little mistake like that, when you run wide, it loses you time, you lose momentum to the car in front. You lose that time to the car in front, and they just pull away, but you have to stay consistent. All those little small mistakes on this track count. It makes a difference. It will either put you in contention or out of contention completely. So let's see here. Whoa, okay. Let's do some meta things here. What am I doing? That way? There you go. Oops. I don't want it too low because going through that corkscrew, you need as much ride out as possible so that there can be enough compression. This here, I'm not quite sure about. I'm just gonna leave it where it is right now with that setup I've got. Let me just lower the fuel for some practice and qualify. Let's get out there and track and see what it's like.
up to 3.
I know I still need to change the setup so I can get more heat in the tyres during the race.
Well done, mate. This has been your personal best. Yellow flag in sector 1.
Fucking hell. Oh. Oh my gosh. Alright, I think we'll just go back in the pits. I was thinking, yeah, get as wide as possible. But again, got the wheels on the dirt and it just flicked it in. It's way too much. Alright, that setup is kind of okay. I don't... Let me see. Oh, this... It's raining.
Green
What
light,
the
green
hell
light.
is going
Go, go,
on?
go.
Oh my word, it's raining. This is crazy. Okay, we're gonna have to do it. Oh, it's something I found out when it's raining. Your brake balance sorry, not brake balance, but the brake type it should be on is number 4. Let's see how that goes. Might have a wet race. Oh, who knows? Take it easy. Let's go. Traction control's on 5. We'll leave it there. Now this is a dry setup on a wet surface. Looking have to see how it goes. Oof. Right, corkscrew time. Yeah, I've already got a twitchy rear end powering out of corners. I need to be careful here. Second and a half minutes to go qualifying.
Car on the right. Clear on the right.
Yeah.
Your lap time is invalidated. Please try to stay on the track.
Waiting for Amazon delivery. Don't know when it's coming because they just... No, he's 6 stops away. Whatever that means. 6 stops could mean... Yeah, he's 15 stops away. Amazon drivers are on Jamaican time. Yeah, man, me see at 1 o'clock. Guy don't show up till 6 o'clock. 5 hours late, like he's flying in from another country. Okay, I'm in second place, and now I'm in third. Hey, listen, I'm not even concerned about trying to be in first place for the rainy race. It's more fun to see people spinning off. Okay. Where's my shit? You're the next stop. Okay. It's got 3 minutes and 48 seconds. Oh, listen up. Oh, there he is. Oh.
Yellow flag in sector 1.
Alright then. Yeah, got my package. Oh, nice and big in it. You like my big package? Ooh. Yeah, not showing you the address. Don't want you coming here. Being a groupie. Thank you very much, sir. Alrighty. Just over 2 minutes left of qualifying. Jerry the Berry in the... Oh, what's he in? Oh, he's in the Aston Martin. He's in third. Let's see if we can head out there and look at anybody. We can't because the controls are locked. It does this all the time. Alright, let's see. Guys, thank you for coming through. If you want to hit that like and subscribe button so you don't miss any more content from us, from me, from the community that I'm with, which is TJC Gaming. We host lobby racing Tuesdays, Thursdays, championship sim grid racing on Sundays. There's one taking place right now, which is called the Porsche Super Cup Championship. We are currently going into the 6th round, which will be at Laguna Seca on Sunday. And yeah, I'm currently in 4th place with 51 points. There's no way I'm going to catch up to 3rd, 2nd, or 4th, 2nd, 3rd, or 4th, or 1st, whatever. 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th. There's no way I'm going to catch up with them, but it's all for fun. And we've had new members join, and they have been taking part in the championship races as well, and just shuffling it up a bit, making it a bit more interesting. If you want to check out my race from my point of view, just head back into my live videos and you'll see it there. If you want to see the live coverage of all of the championship races for SimGrid for Porsche Super Cup, head over to TJC Gaming at YouTube. He is commentating there, and yeah, he's either him and sometimes one of the other members are commentating along with him. So yeah, from there you can get all the drives information and information on joining TJ's Discord so you can enter into the SimGrid Championship. There is a fee to pay. It is £5, very cheap. If you cannot afford that, no worries, wait until you can. We will be having another championship. The next one coming up should be a team championship, so we'll have 2 drivers, 1 car for a team championship, or maybe 2 drivers, 2 cars on track. All of the specifics haven't been sorted out as yet, but yes, this is how it will go. But yeah, right now we are great. I've got control again. Qualifying's over. Smelly hippie. I think time ran out before he was able to cross the start-finish line to start another lap. We'll see. Now he's driving in the Porsche. Let me show you. The only way I can do that is by coming out like this. If I can do this quickly. There you go. That's the Porsche that we'll be racing in. I can't get a rear view shot of it. Front view. It's not like Gran Turismo where they've got every iteration of views that you can scroll through. It's dry. Nice. Good. Good. It's dry. Rain 15 minutes. Ooh. Put those brakes back to 1. Let's use current pressures. If it is gonna rain, just in case, we do it like that. Right then. GWI Racing, what's good? Hey man, I'm good man. How are you? Thank you, thank you, thank you.
20 seconds.
Can I use chat? What do you mean type? Oh, away from there.
Going double file.
Thanks, mate. You're not racing with us today. Nice to see you in there. Prototype, hello. You said, ooh, dry. I know, the rain makes it a bit more exciting. Mainly IRL driver. Okay. I can understand. Sim racers have its nuances. The dynamics of the physics across all of the sim racing games is just, it's such a wide berth and difficult to get used to or overcome, because when they give an update, they change so many things just to keep up or just to be more dynamic.
Green light, give it all you got.
I've noticed IRL keeps it strictly competition and more realistic. Except of course on the console is the exception.
Clear on the left. Car on the right. 3 wide. All clear. Clear on the right.
Really? Why couldn't you just ease off your throttle, mate? What a joker.
Yellow flag in sector 3. There's a slow car ahead. Yellow flag ahead. Be careful.
I mean, he was behind me. You definitely could see another car in front of me. But not even in front of me, alongside me on my right. So... okay, anyways, let's get back in.
There's a slow car ahead.
something where people are going off, or is it someone causing these
Clear on the right.
accidents?
We've got some light damage on the front.
Mate, just let it spin, bruh. This one missed his breakers point altogether. Is that oversnip? Oversnip. He's angry. Someone took him out. It's not Gran Turismo. Don't do these things around here. Prototype. Hey, bruh.
Car on the
Maybe-
left. Clear on the left. Yellow flag, yellow flag.
Nice
Be
to
careful.
see you. No worries, mate. Whoa! What the f- Can't even had a chance to even settle down and concentrate.
Slow car ahead. Yellow flag, be careful.
Everyone's going off. What is going on?
Yellow flag in sector 3. Yellow flag,
Going over snip. Let you through. It's fast killer.
Well done, mate. The fastest step so far.
Ugh. Two wheels on the dirt. Fast killer went wide as well.
Yellow flag in sector 3.
The track is very slippery.
Yellow flag ahead.
I can only imagine what it's going to be like on Sunday for us in the Porsche. That cup car, there's no traction control.
There's a car leaving the pit lane. Watch out. Yellow flag ahead. Watch out. Yellow flag in sector 3.
Lapier's doing a good job in the Porsche,
Be careful there.
getting his practice in early.
Car on the
Nice
left.
one, mate.
Clear on the left. Well done, mate. This has been your personal best.
a hot spot. Everyone bites the dust, literally. I'm up to 10th, 9th.
Yellow flag in sector 3. Slow car ahead. Yellow flag, be careful.
Oof. How could you have not seen Hippie sitting there and slow down, mate? Oh my days. I'm missing all these accidents like an angel, just they're clearing the way for me. I won't say no. I won't say no. I can talk a little bit because I'm not under pressure, so maybe we'll join TJ in his VC chat. Oof. I'll learn to stay away from the bloody edge.
We are at the halfway mark, still a way to go. By the way, the fastest lap so far. Slow car ahead.
Someone spun out through the corkscrew. I just heard the track is still green, it's not even optimal. It's not even fast. It's green. It's terrible. Maybe the rain showers during qualifying washed all of the rub away.
There's a car exiting pit lane. By the way, the fastest lap so far. Car on the left. Clear on the left. Car on the right. Clear on the right.
Yep. Sausages. The bane of every racing driver's life. Why not put them here? What? Do I have a death wish? You got a death wish? Do you have a death wish for that curb? You like that sausage? I don't like sausages, mate. I don't like sausages. The smelly hippie is behind me in the Porsche. Oh my gosh. It's got less downforce, no traction control, so it'll be difficult for him to actually get to the corners and stick with me. But the car is very quick on the straights. Not liking the setup.
Yellow flag in sector 1.
Cleared it. Okay, there's definitely something wrong. It's on the curb and you... Okay, under braking on the curb, rear right. One doesn't get any other way. Yeah, I need to sort out this setup. Okay, 3 minutes 35 seconds to go. Trying not to go on that fucking curb. Hippie's done really well. He's come up from last position all the way up to 8th now, or 7th. He's holding off the McLaren, but very good job. Hippie is actually leading the championship right now.
Yellow flag in sector 2.
I'm just not happy with the setup. It's going dark, looks like it's gonna rain. Alright, minute 18 left to go. Just over a minute. Track's very slippery, it's green, it's not even rubbed in. That rainfall just washed everything away. Alright, last lap. Our fastest so far is a 127? 120. 127? No, 126, 115 is my best. Last lap was 127. Let's see if I can beat 126. So, not recording like that. Alright, let's get open line, look at the replay.
Alright, check it flag. Good job. You did the best you could. I'll bring the car back.
And it's, I don't know, the start was crazy. Oh no, I don't have enough memory for a replay. Alright. Well, let's do this then. So to garage. Let's do this then. Let's go delete some stuff. February 9th. It goes back to right. Yeah, get rid of you. Okay, that was the BMW M2 CS Racing Championship. The BMWs actually want to hold on to those. It's March 20th. This one, Barcelona. I think we had a real good race there. And this one is Barcelona 2. Alright. I don't know which one to get rid of, but I'm gonna get rid of Eeny Meeny Miny Mo. What you gonna do with catch a hoe, pull her hair, make sure she's dead. I'm checking. I don't even know if that's a nursery rhyme or not, or a rhyme. Just alrighty. 26. Yeah, it's about right. I don't need that many to be deleted. I do need to go through them properly though, and yeah. Exactly. All the GT4s are nice and calm. They're not getting involved with anything, you know, and it's like we're all going into the same corner at the same time, and the GT4s stay nice and clean. So it's the ego. Everybody's got too much ego. I need to get in front of him before the next corner. No, I'm getting in front. It doesn't work that way. You have to be careful. Alright, let me see if I can find
Green light, go, go, go.
setup for this. Turn signals. Just have your hazards on at the start of the race. because some people just don't see brake lights. Okay, I'm gonna put that back on. Oh, get that out of there. Put you on one. You were on 2 the whole time. Is that why? Alright. Let's put that in for the qualifying and practice. Leave that alone for now. I want to test something first. Plus, I may need to get it set up. Downloaded. Okay. Is the track still green? It's green. Green like the asphalt. Green like the grass. That means it's very slippery. There's no rubber laid down. Okay, see what we can do. Feels a lot better. I can't hear the car downshifting.
Sector 3.
5-4. What?
Green light. Go, go, go.
That was practice. Okay. Mr. Compton, what's up, G? How you doing, man? Thanks for coming through. Oh, not seen you for a long time, mate. Well, actually, saw you in Toonstream, but yeah, man, how you doing? Nice to see you. I need to tweak this setup some more, but I don't know. It's somewhere here. I need to do it. Yeah, man. Working, yeah, man. I'm glad you're working. It's bad out there at the moment for a lot of people. It doesn't matter what country you're in right now. Glad that you're working. Hope it's going all very well for you. 15. Let me put up to 15. Make it a bit less twitchy. Ah, right height. At 68, 69. No. Let's put you down to 60. Let's put you to 55. GT, hey, listen, I don't even play GT7 anymore, man, because of, I don't know, it's mad. You know how that game stays already. But yeah, if this inspires you, do it, man, do it. Because you know what racing does to us. It makes us want to just go faster and faster every time. I need to lower the fuel. Yeah, fuel's okay. Yeah, man, try a setup, because all of what you're seeing here with the setup, you got to make sure you get your setup correct, so that you've got at least a chance of winning a race. But if you don't win a race, all of those stats there on the top right, competition 0, haven't done any competition races, nobody does that. Racecraft 99, safety rating is 99. What's that? PC, I forgot what PC is. CC is car control, PC is pace, so that's little events outside of the lobbies. Track knowledge 97, and CN, I can't remember what the CN is, but we'll see. Yeah, man. Mate, even on PC, Assetto Corsa is the shit. It's better than what it is here on console, because console, Assetto Corsa console is at least like 2 updates behind or 3 updates behind PC. And I've played it on PC and it's so much more grip. The only difference is when you go into the setups, it doesn't look like what it looks like here. It's all in literally race competition spec. Dealing with micrometer type measurements. Yeah, there is a converter though that you can convert all the settings and bring it over to PlayStation. Tires warmed up, and I can put in a qualifying time. I didn't know he was behind me. It's my fault. Hey, if you got to use it, use it. Use it. The line is there for 2 things: to help you learn the track and know what the racing line is, know where to place your car, know when to brake, know when to accelerate. We all started out there like that. There's even other car games that, when I first played them, like Forza for instance, I had the racing line on because It's not a track, I don't know it. Basically a road somewhere in another country, so yeah, it helps.
Yellow flag, be careful there. Slow car ahead. Personal fastest lap. Yellow flag, be careful.
Oh, sorry, yeah. I'll probably hold him up a bit. Still got enough time to put in another lap. My lap's toast.
Lapping validated.
Favorite track? Oops. Oh, what the fuck is wrong with my gears? What the fuck is going on? Yep. Yep. Woo. And we having some fun. Racing the Sim Good Championship with this guy on Sunday. He is so quick in the Porsche Super Cup. With a lot of these guys, I've been driving with these guys for like 6 months. It's just been so much fun. They're all great individuals. Yes, sir. Yes, alright, let's get back to pit lane. Let's disqualify ourselves. Hold on a minute. Come. Favorite track? Laguna Seca is a favorite. It definitely is one of the favorites. As you can see, it's so technical. You need to keep it on track. If you go off, that's it. You're literally screwed. Let me just disqualify myself. You're literally screwed if you don't keep it on track. Depending on what car you're in, like in Gran Turismo, depending on what car you're in, it's either going to be a good race for you or not. Spa is a good one. I like Spa. Watkins Glen. There's a track that used to be in Gran Turismo 5. We had the New York track, remember, in Gran Turismo 5 and 4. Oh my gosh, I've got it on the tip of my tongue. Oh mate, there are too many to choose from. There's a real good track called the Twin Ring Motegi. That used to be in Gran Turismo 4 and it was in Gran Turismo 5. And they've just never even put it back. TJ! Hey, thanks for coming through, mate. Hello. Hello, sir. I did not see it till it was late. Okay, let's have something to drink. Special Route 5. Oh yeah. Special Route 5. That track was going since PS1, PS2, Gran Turismo 1, Gran Turismo 2. They didn't put it in Gran Turismo 3. But yeah, Special Stage Route 5. They had a hairpin section. It was no, not hairpin, double chicane. That was crazy. Tokyo, yes, from GT3, yes. Bro, there's so many tracks from GT that were just the best to play and race on, especially 2-player. And you already know, to bring your memory card along to your friend's house and, you know, compare the cars, set them up and race and have fun. Rome Night, do you remember Rome Night? Rome Night Short, Rome Night Long, Seattle Short. Oh man, Grindelwald. Man, there's a few others there. There's plenty others there as well. Yeah, man. Good times. Definitely were. Did you play Tourist Trophy? Tourist Trophy was a good game as well. It was just based off of Gran Turismo 4, and it still had the car's physics on a bike though. And that was so funny, racing on that. 38, okay. Oh. Yeah, let me bring that down more. Yeah. Let's put you all the way down at the front. See how that goes.
30 seconds.
Hey, Tourist Trophy, I think you can still find it. You can still find it out there. But that would be back to D-pad days. You know? Dr. Rage is behind me. Alright, let's wish these guys good luck.
Going double file.
I know. Do we have the thumbs for it now at our age? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. It's like all those days of playing Tekken where you really had to work the thumbs for the combination. We'll see. Okay, boss, I will. Stay high in front of me. Looks like he's high, right? My buzz is coming down, so I need to get on this side of the track. Okay.
Green light, go, go, go. Car on the
Let's
left.
go.
Clear on the left. Car on the left.
On the outside.
There's a slow car ahead. Clear on the left. Car on the left. Clear on the left.
Ooh.
Car on the right. Clear on the right.
prototype that we threw. Nice one.
Slow car ahead. Car on the left. Clear on the left. Car on the left. Clear on the left.
Ooh. I don't know what Yep was doing there. I think he was trying to make a move down the inside of Dr. Rage.
Clear on the right.
And if you don't get the braking point at that corner, you're not going to stop. Bro, go past me, you fucking dick. I'm tired of your fucking ass. I don't give a fuck if you're faster. Stop being so fucking aggressive.
Car on the left. Clear on the left. Car on the left. Clear on the left.
Sorry, Mr. Compton, if you've got your kids there watching. Sorry about that. But that type of arsehole, tomfoolery, I don't like, man.
Yellow flag, be careful.
It's one thing to be fast, but
Yellow flag is
stop trying to force people into a mistake at this track. It hurts too much. Hurts too much. And look. Yeah, man. Okay.
well done, mate. Personal best.
Alright, let me concentrate.
Yellow flag in sector 3. There's a slow car up ahead.
Someone else, he's lost it. He lost it.
Car on the right. Clear on the right.
Fucking sausage.
There's some light damage on the left.
Fucking sausage. Fucking sausage. This track's not easy, mate. Not easy. I shouldn't have laughed at the guy, innit? Let's wait for this thing here to count down, then I can get started again. Dr. Age has gone in the pits as well. Look, mate, I don't want to come back out on the track and deal with you. Alright, we'll see. Okay. 1 minute 4 to go. TJ is in. He's in 4th place. He's having a good race. I don't know, man. Just I'm not starting at the rear, at the start of the race anymore. Fuck that. I want to be up front, but I need a good setup. I need to ask TJ. He's being hounded right now by Fast Killer and being held up. Oh, he spun it. He got hit. Okay. Let's get back out there. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Dr. Rage. Yep, you stay in the pit lane, mate. His internet connection is bad. I'm like 2-3 laps down now. Okay. Alright, from here on it's just a testing session or practice session. Fastest lap time at the moment is 1:25.965. Looking to break into the 1:24s. I've not been able to do that yet. It did rain earlier in qualifying. Not for this race, but for the last race. And it kind of washed away all the rubber. So the track was green for quite some time, all of the last race, and it was very slippery. The overall setup is not where it should be. Gran Turismo 2, Red Rock. Remember that? Red Rock Raceway. I love that track. I would jump in the Mercedes SLS, and remember we could actually modify the cars to turn them into GT modes, into GT cars. Yeah, I modified that. What's it? It was an SLK. Yeah, it was a compressor SLK at the time. And I've modded it into a GT version, black and red. Kitted it out in black and red. Yeah, used to tear through Red Rock. That Red Rock was a great track.
There's a slow car behind.
Nice, better tight.
Car on the left. Clear on the left. Faster car coming up behind you. Yellow flag ahead. Be careful. Yellow flag accepted. Well done, mate. Personal fastest now.
See if I can be at least half a second quicker. Next lap. First one wasn't good. Almost, lost a bit of time out of there, 3/10 up. Into the
Well done, mate.
124s.
This has been your personal best.
Somebody behind me, I don't know who it is. Finally getting into a groove.
Faster car coming up behind you. Faster car approaching. Watch it up.
I don't care about the faster car right now, I want to get this lap time.
Well done, mate. The fastest lap so far.
Alco. Yeah, that Tom Super, the rear under net thing was hard to get used to, especially on D-pad and freaking X and square buttons. But then I switched to analog stick and gearing up and gearing down with right 2 and left 2. I don't know, that car that I tried to overtake there, or I did overtake there. Obviously I was lapping him, or I was just a faster car. He should have just slowed the fuck down before the last corner. Just put me off. Okay. I need to... Let's go see who's in the lead. Alco's in the lead. Who's one that next me? Two more races to go.
Alright, man. The leader is on the final lap. Give me the final push.
Time to remember. Doing practice or find something that way I can just get some practice in for it. Nope. Okay. Alright, because Hippie's having way too much fun in that Porsche. And he's leading the championship right now for the Sim Good Porsche Super Cup.
The leader has finished the race.
All I want to do is make sure that I can keep up with this guy when Sunday comes along. What? Right, there you go. It's better. 24, 24. This car's very different when it comes to GT classes. 24 should be okay. 23. Sorry if I miss your chat, I've not got this. Okay. Six, 4.3. Can't adjust the caster, so I have to leave that the way it is. 3.
Green light, go, go, go.
Oh dear. .8, 0.8. 55.2, that is crazy. At 13 on the steering. That may be too much, but possibly needed. Anti-roll at 8. 2 and 1. That can't be adjusted. How can that be not adjusted, but it's there? Picking up Kurt's car? Yes, you have. No, one more ace. One more. One more. One more. One more. Hmm. 114, can't adjust that. This can go up. Yeah. 78. And brakes at 2. Brake ducts at 2. Alright. First, let's drop the fuel load and see what we can do for qualifying. Yeah. Okay. Alright, practice, minute 34 left. Okay, it's not here. Alright. Alright, TJ's talking about lube. I don't know why, and yeah, yeah, we won't get involved in that right now. Ready. Alright. So people, tell me what's up, what you've been doing, how's your weekends been, how's the start of your week been? I'm gonna go to the big screen because you're gonna need to look at me when I ask you this. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Tell me. What are you doing right now, other than watching me? What are you doing tomorrow? What are you doing Thursday? What are you doing Friday? What are you doing the weekend? I need to know. I want to know. I'm going to be nosy right now. This doesn't happen often, so if you're in my chat, anywhere in my chat, YouTube, Twitch, now's your chance. Talk to me. If not, I won't be happy. I'm checking.
Green light, give it all you can.
Alright, let's get out there and see what we can do in this car. Let's get ready to laugh. Okay. Alright, let's get going.
Low tire pressure, stay clear of the curbs.
I think he hit the wall. Take your time coming out the pits, man. Alright, it's a very different car from the GT3 cars. So much better already. I think we got one more race to go, and then that'll be it. Everyone's going to try and get an early night, because we'll be streaming tomorrow again, practicing in these cars. Of course, Super Cup GT3. Oops, sorry. Let's go put more qualifying time. Invalidating my lap time, but no worries, I'll just go around anyway. Get a feel for this while the tyres are warming up. That's the peril of having no traction control at the last turn. What is... Oh. This, yeah, I'm gonna disqualify. Yeah, let's go disqualify.
Low tire pressure, stay away from curbs.
Alright, let's go out on track, see who's out on track in there for you. I'm gonna disappear for a minute. Let's put it on someone that's in the community. Alright, Nico Lapio in the Porsche Cup car. Alright, I won't be back. Oh no, you've not been watching me at all. Caprio, what's up, girl? Oh yes, good to see you. Wait a minute, let me sort this thing out. I can't even see you. Need to see my smile. Oh my gosh. Okay, let me put it back. Let me put it back for you so you can see my smile. I don't know if you're still here. Hey Cat, how you doing? Where's my smile? All for you. Where's your camera? You better get on the camera soon, you know. If not, I'm gonna break up with you. Yep, I'm gonna break up with you. It's like blind dates. It's like a blind date right now. You can see me, but I can't see you. Give you all the smiles. Don't start. You know what? The guys in my community, yeah, because TJC Gaming, he's streaming right now. And Sunday, we were doing a championship whilst I'm in the middle of the race, and he's spectating, he's commentating on the race, streaming it on his channel as well. He said, guys, go over to Spawn Black's Twitch. When you go over there, he's a ladies man. He's got all the ladies going after him. I'm sitting there doing about 150 through a freaking corner. He's saying that, and I'm laughing my head off. And I'm like, no, it's not like that. It's all you, Cap, because it's you. He came in and it was you. Actually, because he watches back the streams to see the race from my point of view. And yeah, it's you mostly that I'm flirting with. Why he said that. I don't mind. It's okay. I have fun with you. How are you now? Oh, dear. Ladies, men. Ladies, man. Man. Ladies, man. I share with nobody. Nobody. Not the ladies, men. Man. I mean, if you call me that, if you think I am that, I don't call myself the ladies, man. Far from a long time since, you know, well, you don't really need to know that, but shit. Anyway. Interesting, yeah, it's all interesting. It'll stay interesting. Ooh, look at that, nice shot. Let it stay interesting. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. No near-death experiences today, as like last week on the bus. Yeah, none of that. Got what I needed to do done. And yeah. How are you doing? How have you been? How was your weekend? How was work? Streamed 3 days ago. That was what, Saturday? Was I in there? Yeah, I was in there. I was in there. Potato station. Yeah, weekend always goes too quickly. I mean, even when you're laying back doing nothing, and you're bored as hell, and time seems to be going by slow. The weekends still go by quickly. It's like, what was the point? What's the point of having a weekend? Just get rid of Saturday and Sunday. Just have Monday to Friday. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Then they still have to give us 2 days off during the week. So that brings us into a 3-day work week. So therefore we should get paid more because there's 2 less days in the week. Instead of 7 days, now there's 5 days. So now that there's more days and more time to have off, we can get paid more. Doing a quick stream today and then Wednesday, Thursday and Friday. Longer stream. Yep. I will be streaming tomorrow as well. But it won't be racing, it'll be practice. We're trying to set up a new championship and teaming up with other drivers. So I'll be teamed up with someone else and so forth. But yeah. Look at this guy. Jambo, don't, mate. I did not mean to hit you. I don't know where he is. Okay, fine. Didn't mean to hit you, Jambo. But you hit the brakes too hard, man. Yeah. Talk to me. Yes, I am streaming on YouTube right now and here on the Purple channel with you guys. So yeah, if you want to catch me over on YouTube, it's the same picture, it's the same me, just a different platform. But yeah, go over there, hit the subscribe button, that helps. And hit the like button too. And also don't forget the notification bell so you never miss any content from me, Spawn Black. Or as you like to say, Cap. Dakara. Okay, I need to switch back to the live scene. The race is about to start. Making me laugh. I need to put the fuel in. Alright, I'm in a Porsche Cup car today, so we need 30 laps. 30, 31, let's go 32 just to be safe. Yeah, this is the Cup car. I'll subscribe. Okay, cool. Thank you. Alright, this is the Cup car. Great, I'll put that to 2. Down to 1, I mean.
30 seconds.
ABS. Let's put you to 3. I should have set that up already. I only did this part here.
20 seconds.
All set. Let's go. Alright, enjoy the show. Oh. All the guys from the community are behind us and in front of us.
Stay double file.
Yeah, I know, and pin it.
Low tire pressure, stay away from curbs.
Really? I just wanted to... I don't even want to let anybody know that I'm streaming. I want them to see the notification and come. Why should I have to let you know that I'm streaming? I'm streaming. I know I'm streaming. I know I'm streaming. Everybody knows I'm streaming. But yeah. Why am I so far up the grid? I don't want to be back here. Yeah, actually, yeah. No, I don't. I'm going to start from behind, all the way at the back. So I'm in a Porsche Cup car. Don't need to be up here with the GT3 cars.
green light. Go, go, go.
Alright, last race of the day.
Car on the left. Clear on the left.
Got a YouTube channel but don't upload much, okay. Yeah, I never used to upload much a while
Slow
back.
car ahead.
Only now I just started doing it. For the past 6 months, I've been streaming here. I've also uploaded some Division 2 gameplay. Mostly it's been streaming this. It's a different sort of community and following over here on YouTube. Every time I go to Twitch and I'm looking at everyone's stream who races, there's always like 1 or 2 people there, always. I mean, it's like that everywhere when you first start out, but right now, Gran Turismo Sport and the center course of the following is a lot better. Alright, let me see if I can pull away from this guy behind, catch up to that person.
Yellow flag, be careful there. Got some light damage in the front of the car.
Oh yeah.
Yellow flag ahead. Watch out.
fuck's sake, yo. Fucking hate racing like this. Who am I racing? Fuck, yo. Coming up on prototype in the Audi. Stay away from that sausage on that side there. Cheers, prototype.
Car on the right. Clear on the right.
Hold on, let me just go on the street. I can read that. Nah, they're not annoying me. Just slow him down. Just, yep, right there at the start. If he stayed where he was, if he spun out and just sat there and just waited for us to drive by instead of making his way back to where I was overtaking him, yeah, I wouldn't hit the wall. I would have been with that pack right now. There's 2 corners ahead.
We are at the halfway mark.
Green dots on the map. But thank you. Thank you very much. Continued support. Don't spin. Don't spin. Go ahead. Go past.
Car on the left. Clear on the left.
He's in a different class of car than mine, so it's faster and he's got more downforce, so let him through. Yeah, just... Can't be bothered right now. I really can't. Today's not been a good race. Too many idiots on the track. Everybody's making mistakes, it's understandable. It's just not a good day to race this track. Alright. What replays? Fucking hell. Got no replays today. Oh, today's a sham. It's a shambles. Shambles, shambles, shambles. That's how it goes sometimes, but don't really have a car prepared for this track, but that's not the point either. It's the shambles. I'm gonna end it there. Okay, guys, I will be streaming tomorrow. Actually, I want to stream later on and on Twitch. I might have to I need to check out Toon Gaming. I think he may be streaming at the moment. And because I am dual streaming through Streamlabs to Twitch and YouTube, I don't think there's a way that I can actually stop YouTube's. Yeah, I can actually. I know how to do it. I know how. I know exactly what way to do it. Possibly. Alright. Let's see. Yeah. Enter button. Get. Okay. I'm gonna slap somebody for putting that answer up there. Somebody will get slapped. If I can't find a person to slap who put that answer up there, somebody will get slapped. Okay, yeah, let me just end this here. Guys, I want to say thank you very much for coming through. Thanks for coming through. Cap, as always, you've been a star. You come through, you interact, you make me laugh. I enjoy that so much. I just want to say thank you for that. Everybody over on YouTube, thank you for coming through. And yeah, we will see you tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow. Twitch. I don't know. Yeah, I'm getting off. I may stream later though. I don't have Call of Duty, so I won't be streaming that. That just pisses me off. I'll stream something else. But yeah, have a good rest of your day, Cap. Have a good day at work. Hugs and kisses to you. Hide my lips before you start going crazy. But yeah, I still need to Instagram as well. Put a picture up on Instagram. Yeah, Instagram it. The profile picture on Twitch is just this for the phone. I don't want to see hair and a phone and a hand. I want to see face, eyeballs, nose, lips, teeth, ears. Okay, hon. Alright, you take care. I shall see all of you another day, tomorrow. Okay. And later on, maybe on Twitch, I'll see what I'll stream. But whatever it is, it should be fun. I can be. I'm a Cancerian. You know we're petty. We grow out of it, but just don't put us back there. Yeah. Nice. All right, guys. I'm gonna shoot off. Let's open up this thing here and play some ending music out for you guys. Gotta be careful what I play because I'm streaming on. Hold on. What am I playing? Ah, nice, calm, soothing sounds of purple sky. No spirit swink. Alright, guys, I'm off. Take care. Have a good one. I'm gonna go raid out actually. Let's go raid out. Let's go raid out. Let's go raid out. And we are gonna go to. First off, let me just do this. Copy and paste that raid message if you guys will. And you guys over on YouTube, too bad for you. Yeah. And yeah, let's go ahead and raid. Toon Gaming. He should be on. I know he's on. He better be on. Let's see if he's on. Is he on? He's not on. It's Tuesday. He should be on, unless he's on in 13 minutes. Oh dear. Read your book. What book would you like me to read? Let's go with this one here. I don't have the cover for it. The cover tore off, but the name of this book is Who Moved My Cheese? Yep. Who Moved My Cheese? And it's a great book. It's an introductory book for those who are looking to get into business, but it's just all about not giving up. You know, always staying the course. It's always about staying the course. Okay. The story of Who Moved My Cheese was created by Dr. Spencer Johnson to help him deal with a difficult change in his life. It showed him how to take his changing situation seriously, but not take himself so seriously. Let's change this thing to just chatting because I'm enjoying this myself. Cap, look what you've done. Look what you've done, girl. Let's see. I need to turn you into my mod. Just chatting or story time. Either way, we'll make it just a story time sort of thing right now, yeah? Okay, Cap. Let's start from the beginning, shall we? The Who Moved My Cheese phenomenon. The story of Who Moved My Cheese was created by Dr. Spencer Johnson to help him deal with a difficult change in his life. It showed him how to take his changing situation seriously, but not take himself so seriously. Don't laugh. You started this. Okay. Don't touch my cheese, yeah? Don't touch my cheese. When his friends noticed how much better life had become for him, he asked why. He revealed his cheese story. Several said sometimes years later how hearing the story helped him to keep their sense of humor, to change and to gain something better themselves. His co-author of The Minute Manager, Ken Blanchard, encouraged him to finally write it as a book to share with many others. 2 decades after the story was created, this book, Who Moved My Cheese, was published. It soon became an accelerating word-of-mouth #1 international bestseller, with 1 million hardcover copies in print within the first 16 months and 10 million copies in the next 2 years, and now exceeds 21 million copies. You can get it on Amazon.com. I'm not going to read the rest of that. I just want to get into the story for you guys. It's exciting, isn't it? You want to know why this book has sold so much and how it has changed this individual's life. Let me see where it starts. I haven't read this for quite some time. I actually haven't read it for a few years. Right. Alright, I think I found the beginning of it. It's got a long intro of about his story, the author's story. But let's not get into that right now. Let's go ahead and get into Who Moved My Cheese. One sunny Sunday in Chicago, several former classmates who were good friends in school gathered for lunch, having attended their high school reunion the night before. They wanted to hear more about what was happening in each other's lives. After a good deal of kidding and a good meal, they settled into an interesting conversation. Angela, who had been one of the most popular people in the class, said, "Life sure turned out differently than I thought it would when we were in high school. A lot has changed." "Certainly has," Nathan echoed. They knew he had gone into his family's business, which had operated pretty much the same and had been a part of the local community for as long as they could remember. So, they were surprised when he seemed concerned. He asked, "But have you noticed how we don't want to change when things change?" Carlos said, "I guess we resist changing because we're afraid of change." "Carlos, you were the captain of the football team," Jessica said. "I never thought I'd hear you say anything about being afraid." They all laughed as they realized that although they had gone off in different directions, from working at home to managing companies, they were experiencing similar feelings. Everyone was trying to cope with the unexpected changes that were happening to them in recent years, and most admitted that they did not know a good way to handle them. Then Michael said, "I used to be afraid of change. When a big change came along in our business, we didn't know what to do. So we didn't adjust, we just almost lost it. This is," he continued, "until I heard of a funny little story that changed everything." "How so?" Nathan asked. "Well, the story changed the way I looked at change. The story changed the way how I looked at change. From losing something to gaining something, and it showed me how to do it. After that, things quickly improved, at work and in my life. At first, I was annoyed with the obvious simplicity of the story because it sounded like something we might have been told in school. Then I realized I was really annoyed with myself for not seeing the obvious and doing what works when things change." Alright, Cap, I hope you're still here. How am I doing? How am I doing? I haven't even told TJ that I'm not even in the lobby. He's ending the stream now. Let me see. No, he's not there. I'm reading out on YouTube. I need to end this YouTube stream, really. Prototype. I'm doing good. Okay, I'm doing good. Prototype, great racing with you today. Great racing with you today. Really great racing with you today. Thank you for coming through as always. You're always here. You're always chatting, and that's one of the great things about you and a lot of other people that come through here on Twitch and on YouTube. I just want to say thank you very much. You've been a great person to have met. Don't know you personally, but you seem like a great person. You've been a great individual on track, very respectful. You come into TJ's chat as well, and you've talked with us, and it's been great, man. I'm really happy that you're here. More story time. Okay. All right. I need to turn on the light a bit more. Okay. I hope you guys over on YouTube are appreciating this. Okay. So, the last paragraph from what I just finished off from. Then I realized I was really annoyed with myself for not seeing the obvious and doing what works when things change. When I realized the 4 characters in the story represented the various parts of myself, I decided who I wanted to act like, and I changed. Later, I passed the story on to some people in our company, and they passed it on to others. And soon our business did much better because most of us adapted to the change, and it was for the better. And like me, many people said it helped them in their personal lives. However, there were a few people who said they got nothing out of it. They either knew the lessons and were already living them, or, more commonly, they thought they already knew everything and didn't want to learn anymore. They couldn't see why so many others were benefiting from it. When one of our senior executives who was having difficulty adapting, he said the story was a waste of time. Other people kidded him, saying they knew which character he was in the story, meaning the one who learned nothing new and did not change. Okay. What's the story? Angela asked. It's called Who Moved My Cheese? The group laughed. Ha 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 ha. I think I like it already, Carlos said. Would you tell us the story? Maybe we can get something from it. Sure, Michael replied. I'd be happy to. It doesn't take long. And so he began. So, the story of Who Moved My Cheese. Once, long ago in a land far away, there lived 4 little characters who ran through a maze looking for cheese to nourish them and make them happy. 2 were mice named Sniff and Scurry, and 2 were little people. Beings who were as small as mice, but who looked and acted a lot like people today. Their names were Hem and Haw. Due to their small size, it would be easy not to notice what the 4 of them were doing. But if you looked closely enough, you could discover the most amazing things. Every day, the mice and the little people spent time in the maze looking for their own special cheese. The mice, Sniff and Scurry, possessing simple brains and good instincts, searched for the hard, nibbling cheese they liked, as mice often do. The 2 little people, Hem and Haw, used their complex brains, filled with many beliefs and emotions, to search for a very different kind of cheese. With a capital C, they believed it would make them feel happy and successful. As different as the mice and the little people were, they shared something in common every morning. Every morning, they each put on their jogging suits and running shoes, left their little homes, and raced out into the maze looking for their favorite pieces of cheese. The maze was a labyrinth of corridors and chambers, some containing delicious cheese, but there were also dark corners and blind alleys leading nowhere. It was an easy place for anyone to get lost. However, for those who found their way, the maze held secrets and let them enjoy a better life. The mice Sniff and Scurry used the simple trial and error method of finding cheese. They ran down one corridor, and if it proved empty, they hurried down another. They remembered the corridors and held no cheese and quickly went into new areas. Sniff would smell out general direction of the cheese using his great nose, and Scurry would race ahead. They got lost, as you might expect, went off in the wrong direction, and often bumped into walls. But after a while, they found their way. Like the mice, the two little people, Hem and Haw, also used their ability to learn from their past experiences. However, they realized on their complex brains to even to sorry. However, they relied on their complex brains to develop more sophisticated methods of finding cheese. Sometimes they did well, but other times their powerful human beliefs and emotions took over and clouded their way at looking at things. It made life in the maze more complicated and challenging. Nonetheless, Sniff and Scurry, Hem and Haw all discovered in their own way what they were looking for. They each found their own kind of cheese. One day, at the end of one corridor in Cheese Station C. All that cheese. Every morning after that, the mice and the little people dressed in their running gear and headed over to Station C. It wasn't long before they each established their own routine. Sniff and Scurry continued to wake up very early each day and raced through the maze, always following the same route. When they arrived at their destination, the mice took off their running shoes, tied them together, and hung them around their necks so they could get to them quickly whenever they needed them again. Then they enjoyed the cheese. All that cheese. Oh yeah. Give me back my cheese, you bastard, as Cap says in the chat. In the beginning, Hem and Haw also raced towards Cheese Station C every morning to enjoy the tasty new morsels that awaited them. But after a while, a different routine set in for the little people. Hem and Haw awoke each day a little later, dressed a little slower, and walked to Cheese Station C. After all, they knew where the cheese was now and how to get there. They had no idea where the cheese came from or who put it there. They just assumed it would be there every day like clockwork. As soon as Hem and Haw arrived at Cheese Station C each morning, they settled in and made themselves at home. They hung up their jogging suits, put away their running shoes, and put on their slippers. They're getting comfy now. A bit too relaxed. They were becoming very comfortable now that they had found the cheese. "This is great," Hem said. "There's enough cheese here to last us forever." Little people felt happy and successful and thought they were now secure. It wasn't long before Hem and Haw regarded the cheese they found at Cheese Station C as their cheese, no one else's. It was such a large store of cheese that they eventually moved their homes to be closer to it and built a social life around it. To make themselves feel more at home, Hem and Haw decorated the walls with sayings and even drew pictures of cheese around them, which made them smile. One read, "Having cheese makes you happy. Having cheese makes you happy." Sometimes Hem and Haw would take their friends to see their pile of cheese at Cheese Station C and point to it with pride, saying, "Pretty nice cheese, huh?" Sometimes they shared it with their friends, sometimes they didn't. "We deserve this cheese," Hem said. We certainly had to work hard and long enough to find it." He picked up a nice, fresh piece of cheese and ate it. Afterward, Hem fell asleep, and as he often did, every night the little people would waddle home full of cheese, and every morning they would confidently return for more. This went on for quite some time. After a while, Hem and Haw's confidence grew into arrogance of success. Soon they became so comfortable, they didn't even notice what was happening. As time went on, hold on, let me just pause there. Now needless to be added to audiobook file or satnav Call of Duty announcer. Definitely. Anything that I can actually add this voice to, I'll be happy to. I need someone to pick it up. I need to actually do it. Okay. Back to the story. As time went on, Sniff and Scurry continued their routine. They arrived early each morning and sniffed and scratched and scurried around Cheese Station C, inspecting the area to see if there had been any changes from the day before. They would sit down and nibble on the cheese. One morning they arrived at Cheese Station C and discovered there was no cheese. Oh my gosh, no cheese. Who moved the cheese? They weren't surprised. Sniff and Scurry had noticed the supply of cheese had been getting smaller every day. They were prepared for the inevitable and knew instinctively what to do. They looked at each other, removed the running shoes, and had tied them together and hung conveniently around their necks, put them on their feet, and laced them up. The mice did not overanalyze things. To the mice, the problem and the answer were both simple. The situation at Cheese Station C had changed, so Sniff and Scurry decided to change. They both looked out into the maze. Then Sniff lifted his nose, sniffed. I don't know if he's smelling anything good, but he sniffed and nodded to Scurry, who took off running through the maze, while Sniff followed as fast as he could. They were quickly in search of new cheese, ladies and gentlemen. Later that same day, Hem and Haw arrived at Cheese Station C. They had not been paying any attention to the small changes that had been taking place each day, so they took it for granted that their cheese would still be there. They were unprepared for what they found. What? No cheese? Hem yelled. He continued yelling, "No cheese! No cheese!" As though if he shouted loud enough, somehow it would come back. "Who moved my cheese?" he hollered. Finally, he put his hands on his hips. His face turned red, and he screamed at the top of his voice, "It's not fair! It's not fair! Who moved my damn cheese?" He didn't say all that, I'm just putting that in. Haw just shook his head in disbelief. He too had counted on finding cheese at Cheese Station C. He stood there for a long time, frozen with shock. He was just not ready for this. Hem was yelling something, but Haw didn't want to hear it. He did not want to deal with what was facing him. So he just tuned everything out. Yeah, he just tuned everything out. The little people's behavior was not very attractive or productive, but it was understandable. Finding cheese wasn't easy, and it meant a great deal more to the little people than just having enough of it to eat every day. Yes, Cap. Do the poses as well. Put your hands on your hips. Finding cheese was the little people's way of getting what they thought they needed to be happy. They had their own ideas of what cheese meant to them, depending on their taste. For some, finding cheese was having material things. For others, it was enjoying good health or developing a spiritual sense of well-being. For Haw, cheese meant feeling safe, having a loving family someday, and living in a cozy cottage on Cheddar Lane. To Hem, cheese was becoming a big cheese in charge of others and owning a big house atop Camembert Hill, or Camembert Hill. Camembert Hill. Camembert, like the cheese. Camembert. Camembert. Because cheese was important to them, The two little people spent a long time trying to decide what to do. All they could think of was to keep looking around for Station C. Looking around Cheeseless Station C to see if the cheese was really gone. While Sniff and Scurry had quickly moved on, Hem and Haw continued, and Hem and Haw continued to hem and haw. They ranted and raved at the injustice of it all. All started to get depressed. What would happen if the cheese wasn't there tomorrow? He had made future plans based on this cheese. The little people couldn't believe it. How could this have happened? No one warned them. It wasn't right. It wasn't the way things were supposed to be. Hem and Haw went home that night hungry and discouraged. But before they left, Haw wrote on the wall, the more important your cheese is to you, the more you want to hold on to it. The more it's more important to you, the more you want to hold on to it. The next day, Hem and Haw left their homes and returned to the cheese station C, where they still expected somehow to find their cheese. The situation hadn't changed. The cheese was no longer there. The little people didn't know what to do. Hem and Haw just stood there, immobilized, like two statues. Haw shut his eyes as tight as he could and put his hands over his ears. He just wanted to block out everything. He didn't want to know. The cheese supply had gradually been getting smaller. He believed it had been moved all of a sudden. Hem analyzed the situation over and over, and eventually his complicated brain, with its huge belief system, took hold. Why did they do this to me? He demanded. What's really going on here? Finally, Haw opened his eyes, looked around and said, by the way, where are Sniff and Scurry? Do you think they know something we don't? Hem scoffed. What would they know? Hem continued. They were just mice. They just responded to what happens. We're little people. We're smarter than mice. We would be able to figure this out. I know we're smarter, Haw said. But we don't seem to be acting smarter at the moment. Things are changing around here, Hem. Maybe we need to change and do things differently. Why should we change? Hem asked. We're little people. We're special. This sort of thing should not happen to us. Or if it does, we should at least get some benefits out of it. Why should we get benefits? Haw asked. Because we're entitled, Hem claimed. Entitled to what? Haw wanted to know. We're entitled to our cheese. Why? Haw asked. Because we didn't cause this problem, Hem said. Somebody else did, and we should get something out of it. Haw suggested, maybe we should simply stop analyzing the situation so much and go find some new cheese. Oh no, Hem argued. Pshaw, pshaw. I'm not going to go to the bottom of this. I'm not getting to the bottom of this. I'm going to get to the bottom of this. That's what he said. I'm going to get to the bottom of this. I messed up the reading. Shh. While Hem and Haw were still trying to decide what to do, Sniff and Scurry were already well on their way. They went further into the maze. They went further into the maze, up and down the corridors, looking for cheese in every station they could find. They didn't think anything else but finding new cheese. They didn't find any for some time, until finally they went into an area of cheese where they had never been before. Cheese Station N. Cheese Station N. For Nuff. There's enough cheese there. Crazy Berry Town, thank you for coming in. Oh my gosh, thank you. You've just caught me in story time mode. I've just literally gone into it. Caprio Slayer Gaming is here. Prototype is here. Rog, thank you for coming in. Nice to see you. I think you guys have been lurking and just listening to the story. Thank you. I'm going to continue. I'm not going to hold it up any longer. I'm enjoying it myself. I haven't read it for a few years, so it's good to get back into it. Okay. All right. While Hem and Haw were still trying to decide what to do, Sniff and Scurry were already well on their way. I hope everybody's doing fine, by the way, okay? They went further into the maze, up and down the corridors, looking for cheese in every station they could find. They didn't think of anything else but finding new cheese. They didn't find any for some time until they finally went into an area of the maze where they had never been before. Cheese Station N. They squealed with delight. They found what they had been looking for, a great supply of new cheese. They could hardly believe their eyes. It was the biggest store of cheese the mice had ever seen. In the meantime, Hem and Haw was still back in Cheese Station C evaluating the situation. They were now suffering from the effects of having no cheese. They were becoming frustrated and angry and were blaming each other for the situation they were in. Now and then Haw thought about his mice friends and, Sniff and Scurry, and wondered if they had found their cheese yet. He believed they might be having a hard time, as running through a maze unusually involves some uncertainty. But he also knew that it was likely it was only to last for a while. Sometimes Haw would imagine Sniff and Scurry finding new cheese and enjoying it. He thought about how good it would be for them to be out on an adventure in the maze and to find fresh new cheese. He could almost taste it. The more clearly Haw saw the image of himself finding and enjoying new cheese, the more he saw himself leaving Cheese Station C. "Let's go," exclaimed all of a sudden. "No," Hem quickly responded. "I like it here. It's comfortable. It's what I know. Besides, it's dangerous out there." "No, it isn't," Haw argued. "We've run through so many parts of this maze before, and we can do it again." "I'm getting too old for that," Hem said. "And I'm afraid. I'm not interested in getting lost and making a fool of myself. Are you?" With that, Haw's fear of failing returned and his hope of finding new cheese faded. So every day, the little people continued to do what they had done before. They went to Cheese Station C and found no cheese, and returned home, carrying their worries and frustrations with them. They tried to deny what was happening, but found it harder and harder to get to sleep. They had less energy the next day and were becoming irritable. Their homes were not nurturing places they once were. The little people had difficulty sleeping and were having nightmares about not finding any cheese. Change is inevitable, guys. But Hem and Haw still returned to Cheese Station C and waited there every day. Hem said, "If we just work harder, we'll find that nothing has really changed that much. The cheese is probably nearby. Maybe they just hid it behind the wall." The next day, Hem and Haw returned with tools. Hem held the chisel while Haw banged on the hammer until they made a hole in the wall of Cheese Station C. They peered inside but found no cheese. They were disappointed but believed they could solve the problem. So they started earlier, stayed longer, and worked harder. But after a while, all they had was a large hole in the wall. Haw was beginning to realize the difference between activity and productivity. "Maybe," Hem said, "we should just sit here and see what happens. Sooner or later, they have to put the cheese back, right?" Haw wanted to believe that, so each day he went home to rest and returned reluctantly with Hem to Cheese Station C. But the cheese never reappeared. By now, the little people were growing weak from hunger and stress. Haw was getting tired, just waiting for their situation to improve. He began to see that the longer they stayed in Cheeseless Station, the worse off they would be. Haw knew they were losing their edge. Finally, one day, Haw began laughing at himself. "Haw! Haw! Look at us. We keep doing the same things over and over and wonder why things don't get better. If this wasn't so ridiculous, it would be even funnier. Paul did not like the idea of having to run through the maze again because he knew he would get lost and have no idea where he would find any cheese. But he had to laugh at his folly when he saw what his fear was doing to him. He asked him, "Where did we put our running shoes?" It took a long time to find them because they had put everything away they found. Sorry, let me just read that again. It took a long time to find them because they had put everything away when they found their cheese at cheese station C, thinking they wouldn't be needing it anymore. As Hem saw his friend getting into the running gear, he said, "You're not really going out there into the maze again, are you? Why don't you just wait here with me until they put the cheese back, you know?" "Because you just don't get it, Haw," said. "I didn't want to see it either, but now I realize they're never going to put yesterday's cheese back. It's time to find new cheese." Hem argued, "But what if there's no new cheese out there? Or even if there is, what if you don't find it?" "I don't know," Haw said. He had asked himself those same questions too many times and felt the fears again that kept him where he was. He asked himself, "Where am I more likely to find cheese? Here or in the maze?" He painted the picture in his mind. He saw himself venturing out into the maze with a smile on his face. While his picture surprised him, it made him feel good. He saw himself getting lost now and then in the maze, but he felt confident he felt confident that he would eventually find new cheese out there and all the good things that came with it. He gathered his courage. He then used his imagination to paint the most deliverable picture he could. The most realistic details of him finding and enjoying the taste of new cheese. He found himself Caton Swiss cheese with holes in it, bright orange cheddar and American cheeses, Italian mozzarella, and wonderfully soft French camembert cheese. Then he heard Hem say something and realized they were still at cheese station C. Haw said, "Sometimes, Hem, things change and they are never the same again. Things look like one of those times. This looks like one of those times. That's life. Life move on, and so should we." Okay, guys, I'm going to take a quick break right here. I need to have myself a drink of water. I hope you're enjoying it, everyone that's here. Oh my gosh, I'm actually over on YouTube as well. And I'm dual streaming to YouTube. So I really can't stop the stream to YouTube. But yeah, I hope everyone's enjoying it. I hope everyone's over on YouTube watching. Well, there's only one, and that's me. Oh well. We're talking about Unk's knob cheese. No, we're not talking about Unk's cheese. Don't want to talk about no one's cheese like that. Are you still here, TJ? No, he's not. He's not. Okay. Oh, I'm getting hot. Oh, man. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Pinch the nerve. Trying to get this off. Okay. Just throw that over there. Alright. Okay. Alright, I'll read the last paragraph that I left off from. Haw said, "Sometimes, Hem, things change and they are never the same again. This looks like one of those times. That's life. Life moves on, and so should we. Hall looked at his emaciated companion and tried to talk some sense into him, but Hem's fear had turned into anger, and he wouldn't listen. Hall didn't mean to be rude to his friend, but he had to laugh at how silly they both looked. As Hall prepared to leave, he started to feel more alive, knowing that he was finally able to laugh at himself, let go, and move on. Hall laughed and announced, "It's maze time!" Hem didn't laugh. He didn't respond. Hall picked up a small sharp rock and wrote a serious thought on the wall for Hem to think about. As was his custom, Hall even drew a picture of cheese around it, hoping it would help Hem to smile, lighten up, and go after new cheese. But Hem didn't want to see it. It read, "If you do not change, you can become extinct. If you do not change, you can become extinct." It is a W story. It is. Then, Hall stuck his head out and peered anxiously into the maze. He thought about how he'd forgotten himself into his cheeseless situation. Sorry, how he had gotten himself into this cheeseless situation. He had believed that there may not be any cheese in the maze, or he may not find it. Such fearful beliefs were immobilizing and killing him. Hall smiled. He knew Hem was wondering, who moved my cheese? But Hall was wondering, why didn't I get up and move with the cheese sooner? As he started out into the maze, Hall looked back to where he had come from and felt its comfort. He could feel himself being drawn back into familiar territory, even though he hadn't found cheese here for some time. Hall became more anxious and wondered if he really wanted to go out into the maze again. He wrote a saying on the wall ahead of him and stared at it for some time. And it read, "What would you do if you weren't afraid? What would you do if you weren't afraid?" He thought about it. He knew sometimes fear can be good. When you're afraid, you're going to get worse. If you don't do something, it can prompt you into action. When you are afraid, things are going to get worse. If you don't do something, it can prompt you into action. But is it not good when you are so afraid that it keeps you from doing anything? He looked to his right, to the part of the maze where he had never been and felt the fear. Then he took a deep breath, turned right into the maze, and jogged slowly into the unknown. As he tried to find his way, Hall worried at first that he might have waited too long in the cheese station C. He hadn't had any cheese for so long that he was now weak. It took him longer, and it was more painful than usual to get through the maze. He decided that if he ever got the chance again, he would get out of his comfort zone and adapt to the change sooner. He would make things easier. Then Hall smiled, a weak smile, as he thought, better late than never. During the next several days, Hall found a little cheese here and there, but nothing that lasted very long. He had hoped to find enough cheese to take some back to him and encourage him to come out into the maze. But Hall didn't feel confident enough yet. He had to admit he found it confusing in the maze. Things seemed to have changed since the last time he was out there. Just when he thought he was getting ahead, he would get lost in the corridors. It seemed his progress was 2 steps forward and 1 step backward. It was a challenge, but he had to admit that being back in the maze, hunting for cheese, wasn't nearly as bad as he feared. As time went on, he began to wonder if it was realistic for him to expect to find new cheese. He wondered if he had bitten off more than he could chew. Then he laughed, realizing He had already nothing to chew on at the moment. Can't bite off more than you can chew if there's nothing to chew. Whenever he started to get discouraged, he reminded himself that what he was doing, as uncomfortable as it was at the moment, he was in, he was really in a much better, what? He was in reality much better than staying in cheeseless situation. I need to read that back. Whenever he started to get discouraged, he reminded himself that what he was doing, he reminded himself that what he was doing, as uncomfortable as it was at the moment, was in reality much better than staying in cheeseless situation. He was taking control rather than simply letting things happen to him. He reminded himself, if Sniff and Scurry could move on, so could he. Later, as Hoare looked back on things, he realized that the cheese at Cheese Station C had not just disappeared overnight, as he had once believed. The amount of cheese that had been there toward the end had been getting smaller, and was left had grown old. And what was left had grown old. It didn't taste good. Mold may even begin to grow on the old cheese, although he hadn't noticed it. He had to admit, however, that if he had wanted to, he probably could have seen what was coming, but didn't. Hoare now realized that the change probably would not have taken him by surprise if he had not been watching what was happening all along, and if he had anticipated that change. Maybe that's what Sniff and Scurry had been doing. He decided he would stay more alert from now on. He would expect change to happen and look for it. He would trust his basic instincts to sense when the change was going to occur and be ready to adapt to it if needed. He stopped to rest and wrote on the wall of the maze. Smell the cheese often, so you know when it's getting old. Smell the cheese often, so you know when it's getting old. I like that. I guess that's telling people to look at the situation that they're in, and if it's not getting any better, change. You need to change. And this is what this book's about. For those of you who have just joined, this book is called Who Moved My Cheese? And before I continue, let me just take a drink. But before I continue, let me see if I can in this YouTube stream, because I was doing some racing over here on YouTube, and if anybody watches the racing, they're gonna come in at the end and watch me reading, which wouldn't be a bad thing, but you know. Okay, I can't stop it, so we're gonna leave it there. Alright guys, you lot on YouTube, I hope you hit that like and subscribe button, hit the notification bell so you don't miss any more content from me. The reading after races may come again, who knows, but we'll see. W advice indeed. Yes, indeed. Glad you enjoyed it here. Okay. Sometime later, after not finding cheese for what seemed like a long time, Hall finally came across a huge cheese station, which looked promising. When he went inside, however, he was most disappointed to discover that the cheese station was empty. This empty feeling has happened to me so often. Too often, he thought. He felt like giving up. Hall was losing his physical strength. He knew he was lost and was afraid he would not survive. He thought about turning around and heading back to the cheese station C. At least if he made it back and Hem was still there, Hall wouldn't be alone. Then he asked himself the same question again. What would I do if I weren't afraid? Hall thought he was past this fear, but he was more afraid more often than he liked to admit, even to himself. He wasn't always sure what he was afraid of, but in his weakened condition, He knew how he was simply fearful of going on alone. Hor didn't know it, but he wasn't running behind because he was still weighed down by his fearful beliefs. Hor wondered if Hem had moved on, or if he was still paralyzed by his own fears. Then Hor remembered the times when he had felt his best in the maze. It was when he was moving along. He wrote on the wall, knowing it was much a reminder to himself as it was a marking for his friend Hem to hopefully to follow. The message on the wall reads, "Movement in a new direction helps you find new cheese. Always change it up. Always do different things." Hor looked down a dark passageway and was aware of his fear. What lay ahead? Was it empty? Or worse, were there dangers lurking? He began to imagine all kinds of frightening things that could happen to him. He was scaring himself to death. He then laughed at himself. He realized his fears were making things worse. So he did what he would do if he weren't afraid. He moved in a new direction. He started running down a dark corridor. He began to smile. Hor didn't realize it yet, but he was discovering what nourished his soul. He was letting go and trusting what lay ahead for him, even though he did not know exactly what it was. To his surprise, Hor started to enjoy himself more and more. Why do I feel so good? He wondered. I don't have any cheese, and I don't know where I'm going. Before long, he knew why he felt good. He stopped to write again on the wall, and that read, "When you stop being afraid, you feel good." When you stop being afraid, you feel good. Hor realized he had been held captive by his own fears. Moving a new direction, he had freed him. Now he felt cool. He felt the cool breeze that was blowing in this part of the maze, and it was refreshing. He took some deep breaths and felt invigorated by the movement. Once he had gotten past his fear, it all turned out to be more enjoyable than he had once believed it could be. Hor hadn't felt this way for such a long time. He had almost forgotten how much fun it was to go for it, to make things even better. Hor started to paint a picture in his mind again. He saw himself in a great realistic detail, sitting in the middle of a pile of all his favorite cheeses. From cheddar to brie, he saw himself eating many cheeses he liked and enjoyed what he saw. When he imagined how much he would enjoy all their great tastes, the more clearly he saw the image of himself enjoying new cheese, the more real and believable it became. He could sense that he was going to find it. He wrote again on the wall, "Imagining yourself enjoying new cheese leads you to it." All about perception, all about putting it out there. He kept thinking about what he could gain instead of what he was going to lose. He wondered why he had always thought that a change would lead to something worse. Now he realized that change could lead to something better. Why didn't I see this before? He asked himself. Then he raced through the maze with greater strength and agility. Before long, he spotted a cheese station and became excited as he noticed little pieces of new cheese near the entrance. They were types of cheese he had never seen before, but they looked great. He tried them and found that they were delicious. He ate most of the new cheese bits that were available, and put a new cheese in his pocket to have for later, and perhaps share with him. He began to regain his strength. He entered the cheese station with great excitement, but to his dismay, he found it was empty. Someone had already been there and had left only a few bits of new cheese. He realized that if he had moved sooner, he would very likely have found a good deal of new cheese here. Hor decided to go back and see if Hem was ready to join him. As he retracted his steps, he stopped and wrote on the wall, "The quicker you let go of old cheese, the sooner you find new cheese. The quicker you let go of old cheese, the sooner you find new cheese." After a while, Hor made his way back to Cheese, Station C, and found Hem. He offered Hem bits of new cheese, but was turned down. Hem appreciated his friend's gesture, but said, "I don't think I would like new cheese. It's not what I'm used to. I want my own cheese back, and I'm not going to change until I get what I want." Hor just shook his head in disappointment and reluctantly went back out on his own. As he returned to the farthest point he had reached in the maze, he missed his friend. He realized he liked what he was discovering. Even before he found what he had hoped would be a great supply of new cheese, if ever, he knew what had made him happy. It wasn't just having cheese. He was happy when he wasn't being run by his fear. He liked what he was doing now. Knowing this, Hor didn't feel as weak as he did when he stayed at Cheese Station C with no cheese. Just realizing he was not letting his fear stop him, and knowing that he had taken a new direction, nourished him and gave him strength. Now he felt that it was just a question of time before he found what he needed. In fact, he sensed he had already found what he was looking for. He smiled as he realized it is safer to search in the maze than remain in a cheeseless situation. It is safer to search in the maze than to remain in a cheeseless situation. Hey. Hor realized again, as he had once before, that you were afraid of what you were afraid of is never as bad as what you imagine. The fear you let build up in your mind is worse than the situation that actually exists. He'd been so afraid of never finding new cheese that he didn't even want to start looking. But since starting his new journey, he found enough cheese in the corridors to keep him moving. Now he looked forward to finding more. Just looking ahead was becoming exciting. His old thinking had been clouded by his worries and fears. He used to think about not having enough cheese or not having it last as long as he wanted. Yes, I started over. He used to think more about what could go wrong than what could not go right and what could go right. But that had changed in the days since he had left Cheese Station C. He used to believe that cheese should never be moved and that change wasn't right. Now he realized that it wasn't natural for change to continually occur. He realized that it was natural for change to continually occur, whether you expect it or not. Change could surprise you only if you didn't expect it and weren't looking out for it. When he realized he had changed his beliefs, he paused to write on the wall, "Old beliefs do not lead you to new cheese. Old beliefs do not lead you to new cheese." We've all had to change. All of us. No matter what it is, no matter how small or big, we've all had to change. Hor hadn't found any cheese yet, but as he ran through the maze, he thought about what he had already learned. Hor now realized his new beliefs were encouraging new behaviors. He was behaving differently than when he kept returning to the same cheese station. He knew that when you change what you believe, you change what you do. You can believe that change will harm you and resist it, or you can believe that finding new change will help you embrace the change. Will help you and embrace the change. It all depends on what you choose to believe. He wrote on the wall, "When you see that you can find and enjoy new cheese, you change course. When you see that you can find and enjoy new cheese, you change course, you change your path. Hoare knew he would be in a better shape now if he had dealt with the change much sooner and left Cheese Station C earlier. He would feel stronger in body and spirit, and he could have coped better with the challenge of finding new cheese. In fact, he probably would have found it by now if he had expected change rather than wasting time denying that the change had already taken place. He used his imagination again and saw himself finding and savouring new cheese. He decided to proceed into more unknown parts of the maze and found little bits of cheese here and there. Hoare began to regain his strength and confidence as he thought back onto where he had come from. Hoare was glad he had written on the wall in many places. He trusted it would serve as a marked trail for him to follow through the maze. I think I read this already. Yeah, I didn't. I do remember reading this part before though, but it was a few weeks ago. He trusted it would serve as a marked trail for him to follow through the maze. If he ever chose to leave his Cheese Station C, or just hoped that he was heading in the right direction, he thought about the possibility of him would read the handwriting on the wall and find his way. He wrote on the wall what he had been thinking about for some time. Notice small changes early helps you adapt to the bigger changes that are to come. By now, Hoare had to let go of the past and was adapting to the present. He continued on through the maze with greater strength and speed, and before long it happened. When it seemed like he had been in the maze forever, his journey, or at least this part of his journey, ended quickly and happily. Hoare proceeded along the corridor that was new to him. Rounded the corridor, found new cheese at Cheese Station N. When he went inside, he was startled by what he saw. Piled high everywhere was the greatest supply of cheese he had ever seen. He didn't recognize all that he saw. Some kinds of cheese were new. I've read this already, haven't I? I messed up with the pages. Alright, I'm going to read it again. Continue. He didn't recognize all that he saw. Some kinds of cheese were new to him. Then he wondered for a moment whether it was real or just his imagination, until he saw his old friend Sniff and Scurry. Okay. Sniff welcomed Hoare with a nod of his head, and Scurry waved his paw. Their fat little bellies showed that they had been here for quite some time. Hoare quickly said his hellos and soon took bites of every one of his favourite cheeses. He pulled off his shoes, tied the laces together and hung them around his neck in case he needed them again. Sniff and Scurry laughed. They nodded their heads in admiration. Then Hoare jumped into the new cheese. When he had eaten his fill, he lifted a piece of fresh cheese and made a toast. Hooray! Hooray! For change! Hoare enjoyed the new cheese as he reflected on what he had learned. He realized that when he had been afraid to change, he had been holding on to the illusion of old cheese that was no longer there. So, what was it that made him change? Was it the fear of starving to death? Was it the fear of starving to death? Hoare smiled as he thought it certainly helped. Then he laughed and realized that it had started to change as soon as he had learned to laugh at himself and what he had been doing wrong. He realized the fastest way to change is to laugh at your own folly. Then you can let go and quickly move on. He knew he had learned something useful and about moving on from his own mice friends, Sniff and Scurry. They kept life simple. They didn't overanalyze or overcomplicate things. When the situation changed and the cheese had been moved, they changed and they moved with the cheese. He would remember that. He He had remembered that Hor had also used his wonderful brain to do what little people do better than mice. He envisioned himself in realistic detail, finding something better, much better. He reflected on his mistakes he had made in the past and used them to plan for his future. He knew that he could learn to deal with change. He could be more aware of the need to keep things simple and flexible, and move more quickly. You did not need to overcomplicate matters or confuse yourself with fearful beliefs. You could notice when the little changes began, so that you would be better prepared for the big changes that might be coming. He knew he needed to adapt faster, for if you do not adapt in time, you might as well not adapt at all. He had to admit that the biggest inhibitor to his changes lies lies within himself, and that nothing gets better until you change. Perhaps most importantly, he realized that there is always new cheese out there, whether you recognize it at the time or not, and that you are rewarded with it when you go past your fear and enjoy your adventure. He knew some fears should be respected, as it can keep you out of real danger, but he realized most of his fears were irrational and had kept him from changing when he needed to. One moment, chat. Okay, sorry about that, guys. That was Mumsy. Yes, Mum lives with me. She's 93, so just doing what I can to keep things going and just keep things nice and calm. She just came in to tell me to close the kitchen window and draw the curtains. All right, let me go and do that. I shall return. Let me just let's put that there so I don't lose my place. I'll be right back. Bear with me. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Sorry about that. Okay, I'm back. All right, how's everyone doing? How's everyone doing? Tell me. Okay. All right. If I got interrupted, let's see. Let's go back. All right. Let's start here. Okay. Okay. All right. As Hor recalled, he thought about his friend Hem. He wondered if Hem had read any of the sayings Hor had written on the wall at Cheese Station C and throughout the maze. Had Hem ever decided to let go and move on? Had he ever entered the maze and discovered what could make his life better? Or was Hem still hemmed in because he would not change? Hor thought about going back again to Cheese Station C to see if he could find Hem, assuming that Hor could find his way back there. If he found him, he thought he might be able to show him how to get out of his predicament. But Hor realized that he had already tried to get his friend to change. Hem had to find his own way. Beyond his comforts and past his fears. No one else could do it for him or talk him into it. He somehow had to see the advantage of changing himself. Hor knew he had left a trail for him and that he could find his way if he could just read the handwriting on the wall. He went over and wrote down a summary of what he had learned on the largest wall of cheese, Station N. He drew a large piece of cheese around all the insights and had become aware of and smiled as he looked at what he had learned. And the handwriting on the wall reads as such. Glad you're here. Glad you're still here. Change happens. They keep moving the cheese. Anticipate change. Get ready for the cheese to move. Monitor change. Smell the cheese often so you know when it's getting old. Adapt to change quickly. The quicker you let go of old cheese, the sooner you can enjoy new cheese. Change. Move with the cheese. Enjoy change. Savor the adventure and enjoy the taste of new cheese. Be ready to change quickly and enjoy it again and again. If you guys want to, I don't know, capture that, take a picture. You can get this book on Amazon, by the way. If you just want to take a quick print screen of that, there you go. Hor realized how far he had come since he had been with Hem in Cheese Station C, but knew it wouldn't be easy for him to step back if he got too comfortable. So, each day he inspected the cheese Station N to see what the condition of his cheese was. He was going to do whatever he could to avoid being surprised by unexpected change. While Hor still had a great supply of cheese, he often went out into the maze and explored new areas to stay in touch with what was happening around him. He knew it was safer to be aware of his real choices than to isolate himself in his comfort zone. Then Hor heard what he thought was the sound of movement out there in the maze. As the noise grew louder, he realized that someone was coming. Could it be that Hem was arriving? Was he about to turn the corner? Hor said a little prayer and hoped, as he had many times before, that maybe at last his friend was finally able to. The message reads, "Move with the cheese and enjoy it." The end. Or is it a new beginning? A discussion later that same day. Hold on a minute. Okay, this is back to the director. I want to get back to the story. Sorry, I don't want to read that bit there. No, don't do that. Ouch. Looks like I may have to. Alright, I guess I will, yeah. Okay. A discussion later that same day. Okay, I guess that was the end of Who Moved My Cheese. So let's just go over this last part again here on page 74. The handwriting on the wall. Change happens. They keep moving the cheese. Anticipate change. Get ready for the cheese to move. Monitor change. Smell the cheese often so you know when it's getting old. Adapt to the change. The quicker you let go of the old cheese, the sooner you can enjoy the new cheese. Change. Move with the cheese. And enjoy the change. Savor the adventure and enjoy the taste of new cheese. Be ready to change quickly and enjoy it again and again. Okay. So at the beginning here, I read out the author and his story as to why it changed. So he's telling the story to his classmates, and what he's written here in the last pages. When Michael finished telling the story, he looked around the room and saw his former classmates smiling at him. Several thanked him and said they got a good deal out of the story. Nathan asked the group, "What would you think of getting together later and maybe discussing it?" Most of them said they would like to talk about it, and so they arranged to meet later for a drink before dinner. That evening, as they gathered in the hotel lounge, they began to kid to each other about finding their cheese and seeing themselves in the maze. Then Angela asked the group good naturedly, "So, who were you in the story? Sniff, scurry, hem, or haw?" Carlos answered, "Well, I was thinking about that this afternoon. I clearly remember a time before I had my sporting goods business when I hadn't had a rough encounter with change. I wasn't Sniff. I didn't sniff out the situation and see the change early, and I certainly wasn't Scurry. I didn't go into action immediately. I was more like Hem, who wanted to stay in a familiar territory. The truth is, I didn't want to deal with the change at all. I didn't even want to see it." Michael, who felt like no time had passed since he and Carlos were close friends in school, asked, "What are we talking about here, buddy?" Carlos said, "An unexpected change of jobs." Michael laughed. Were you fired?" "Well, let's just say I didn't want to go out looking for new cheese. I thought I had a good reason why a change shouldn't happen to me. So I wasn't prepared. So I was pretty upset at the time." So some of their former classmates who had been quiet in the beginning felt more comfortable now and spoke up, including Frank, who had gone into the military. "Him reminds me of a friend of mine," Frank said. "His department was closing down, but he didn't want to see it. They kept relocating his people. We all tried to talk to him about the many other opportunities that existed in the company for those who wanted to be flexible, but he didn't think he had to change. He was the only one who was surprised when his department closed. Now he's having a hard time adjusting to the change he didn't think should happen." Jessica said, "I didn't think it should happen to me either, but my cheese has been moved more than once, especially in my personal life. But we can get into that later." Many in the group laughed, except Nathan. "Maybe that's the whole point," Nathan said. "Change happens to all of us." He added, "I wish my family had heard the cheese story before this. Unfortunately, we didn't want to see the changes and come in our business, and now it's too late. We're having to close many of our stores." That surprised many in the group because they thought Nathan was lucky to be in a secure business he could depend on year after year. "What happened?" Jessica wanted to know. "Our chain of small supply stores suddenly became old-fashioned. When the megastore came to town with its huge inventory and low prices, we just couldn't compete with that. I can see now that instead of being like Sniff and Scurry, we were like Hem. We stayed where we were and didn't change. Tried to ignore what was happening, and now we were in trouble. We could have taken a couple of lessons from Hor because because we certainly couldn't laugh at ourselves and change what we were doing." Laura, who had become a successful businesswoman, had been listening but had said very little until now. "I thought about the story this afternoon too," she said. "I wondered how I could be more like Hor and see what I'm doing wrong. Laugh at myself. Change and do better," she said. "I'm curious. How many here are afraid of change?" No one responded. So she suggested, "How about a show of hands?" Only one hand went up. "Well, it looks like we've got one honest person in our group," she said, and then continued, maybe you'll like this next question better. How many here think other people are afraid of change? Practically everybody raised their hands. Then they all started laughing. What does that tell us? Denial, Nathan answered. Sure, Michael admitted. Sometimes we're not even aware that we're afraid. I know I wasn't. When I first heard the story, I loved the question, what would you do if you weren't afraid? Then Jessica added, well, what I got from the story is that change is happening everywhere and that I will do better when I can adjust to it quickly. I remember years ago when our company was selling our encyclopedias as a set of more than as a set of more than 20 books. One person tried to tell us that we should put our whole encyclopedia on a single computer disk and sell it for a fraction of the cost. It would be easier to update and would cost us much less to manufacture, and so many more people could afford it. But we all resisted. Why did you resist? Nathan asked. Because we believed then that the backbone of our business was our large sales force, who called on our people door to door, keeping our sales force dependent on the big commissions they earned from the high price of our product. We had been doing this successfully for a long time and thought it would, go on forever, Laura said. Laura said, maybe that's what it was meant in the story, but about him and Hall's arrogance of success, they didn't notice they needed to change what they had once, been working. Nathan said, so you thought your old cheese was your only cheese? Yes, and we wanted to hang on to it. When I think back on what happened to us, I see that it's not just that they moved the cheese, but it was the cheese has a life of its own and eventually runs out. Anyway, we didn't change, but a competitor did, and our sales fell badly. We've been going through a difficult time. Now, another big technological change is happening in the industry, and no one at the company seems to want to deal with it. It doesn't look good. I think I could be out of a job. It's May's time, Carlos screamed out. Everyone laughed, including Jessica. Carlos turned to Jessica and said, it's good that you can laugh at yourself. Frank offered, that's what I got out of the story. I tend to take myself too seriously. I noticed how Hall changed when he could finally laugh at himself and at what he was doing. No wonder he was called Hall. The group groaned at the obvious play on words. Angela asked, do you think that Hem ever changed and found new cheese? Elaine said, I think he did. I don't, Corey said. Some people never change and they pay the price for it. I see people like him in my medical practice. They feel entitled to their cheese. They feel like victims when it's taken away and blame others. They get sicker than people who let go and move on. Then Nathan said quietly, as though he was talking to himself, I guess the question is, what do we need to let go of? And what do we need to move on to? No one said anything for a while. I must admit, Nathan said, I saw what was happening with the stores, like ours in other parts of the country, but I hoped it wouldn't affect us. I guess it's a lot better to initiate change while you can. While you can, it is to try to react and adjust to it. Maybe we should move our own cheese. What do you mean? Frank asked. Nathan answered, I can't help but wonder where we would be today if we had sold the real estate under all our old stores and built one great modern store to compete with the best of them. Laura said, maybe that's what Hall meant when he wrote on the wall, savor the adventure and move with the cheese. Frank said, I think some things shouldn't change. For example, I want to hold on to my basic values. But I realize now that I would be better off if I had moved with the cheese a lot sooner. Well, Michael, it was a nice little story. Richard, the class skeptic, said, but how did you actually put it into use in your company? The company didn't know it yet, but Richard was experiencing some changes himself. Recently separated from his wife, he was now trying to balance his career with raising his teenagers. Michael replied, you know, I thought about my job. I was just to manage daily problems as they were up. Sorry, let me start again. You know, I thought about my job. I thought my job was to just manage daily problems as they came up. When when what I should have been doing was looking ahead and paying attention to where we were going. And boy, did I manage those problems 24 hours a day. It wasn't a lot of fun, and I wasn't a lot of fun to be around. I was in a rat race. I couldn't even get out. Laura said, so you were managing when you needed to be leading. Exactly, Michael said. Then I heard the story of who moved my cheese. I realized the job was to paint a picture of new cheese that we were all wanted to pursue so we could enjoy changing and succeeding, whether it was at work or in life. Nathan asked, what did you do at work? Well, when I asked people in our company who they were in the story, I saw we had every one of the 4 characters in our organization. I came to see that sniffs, scurries, hems, and haws each needed to be treated differently. Our sniffs could sniff out the changes in the marketplace, so they helped us update our corporate vision. They were encouraged to identify how the changes could result in new products and services for our customers that our customers would want. The sniffs loved it and told us they enjoyed working in a place that recognized change and adapted in time. Our scurries liked to get things done, so they were encouraged to take action, and based on the new corporate vision, they just needed to be monitored so that they could scurry off in the wrong so they didn't scurry off in the wrong direction. They were then rewarded for their actions that brought us new cheese. They liked working in the company that valued action and results. What about hem and haws? Angela asked. Unfortunately, the hems were the anchors that slowed us down, Michael answered. They were either too comfortable or too afraid to change. Some of our hems changed only when they saw the sensible vision we painted that showed them how changing would work to their advantage. Our hems told us that they wanted to work in a place that was safe. So the change was needed to make sense to them and increase their sense of security. When they realized that real danger of not changing, some of them changed. Sorry. when they realized that when they realized when they realized the danger of not changing, some of them changed and did well. The vision helped us turn many of our hems into haws. What did you do with the hems who didn't change? Frank wanted to know. We had to let them go. Michael said sadly, we wanted to keep all of our employees, but we knew if our business didn't change quickly enough, we would all be in trouble. He said, the good news is that while our haws were initially hesitant, they were open-minded enough to learn something new, act differently, and adapt in time to help us succeed. Alright guys, I'm going to leave it there because my voice is getting a bit raspy and I need to go and have some dinner. I haven't eaten yet. Alright. You know what? I'm going to be back tomorrow. I will be streaming Somerset Corsa competition. And yeah, if you want me to read some more, I can. It'd be great. I think everybody over here on YouTube has been watching me. Thank you for watching. Thank you for putting up with it. It's very unexpected. keep going to that. I don't need to go to that. But what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna end the stream now. And yeah, thank you very much, Prototype. Thank you, bro. Thank you very much for being here. I really appreciate it. You've been there since the beginning, all the way through story time. That was unexpected. Caprio Slayer put me up to that. And yeah, it's been good. I'm not sure if that live is still going. It is still going. Oh my days. Anyway, thank you very much for staying. Thanks for being here. I'm going to read out to Toon Gaming. I think he's streaming today. I did try to check if he was. There are a lot of people streaming right now that are... Let me see here. There we go. No, he's not on today. Oh, he's on tomorrow. Yes, his schedule has changed. Alright, let's see who else we can go check out. Okay, oh. Sarcastic Wheat. Just saw his name. Where is it? Oh my gosh. There we go. Yeah, buddy. Alright, let's go in here and see what he's up to. He is actually playing Marathon at the moment. I've not spoken to Wheat just about a year, I think. It's been about a year, I think, since I've spoken to him. But yeah, I'm gonna go okay. Let's copy that raid message, guys. Let's see if this works. Yep, raid started. Okay. Just copy that raid message, and we're gonna go into Sarcastic Wheat then. He's currently playing Marathon. I think he's just setting up the game right now. He's got currently one person watching him. That's probably me or himself. Either way, go in, say hi to Sarcastic Wheat. He's a great individual. I'm not sure what he's been streaming lately or what he's been playing lately, but I used to play Halo with him. Had a few games with him there about a year ago. In another community, we did a boys' night, and we all came together, played some Halo on the Xbox. Yeah, had fun with it. But yeah, I'm gonna go now, guys. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you very much for showing up. I'm gonna head out, and I'll be back tomorrow. It will be practice sessions tomorrow. That will be in the Porsche Super Cup, and it will be, we're setting up a team racing, so between Xbox and PlayStation. So they're trying to set all of that up. That will get set up. That will all be done. But tomorrow, yeah, it will probably be a short stream as well. It will just be practice. But yeah, guys, thank you for showing up. Thank you very much. Love you all. See you tomorrow. See you Thursday. And see you Sunday. Peace.